Your name? Bill. Bill. Right, okay. Nice to meet you, Bill. I'm Jack. Morning, ladies and gentlemen, again. Just for people who were wondering what that was, that's what we call the Palouse. That's the compressed air generator that will start K7's engines when we tow her out to the pontoon. So what you'll see is a lot of prep going on, people scurrying around in high-vis jackets looking important. But yeah, it's important that we make sure that that kit's working. Dave Warby, the K7 pilot, I think he's already out on the water now, just checking on the course. So as long as the weather stays like this, then we're very, very optimistic. The plan at the moment is to bring K3 down as soon as she's ready, and she'll go on the water, and K7 will come down and be on the launching ramp so that we can react very quickly to any weather windows. Typical sod's law, we've got a weather window now, but you know, just, you know, that is the law of sod, as they say. But we will keep you updated as best we can, and yeah, we're looking very, very optimistic for some decent action today. So hopefully things do continue to improve. Thank you.
Thank you. time to the track. I know I wrote that on there. First run, we did it on the second half. So, if you want to
I did good up with like
we've got more into send it and get my
You could just do really a swing on there with a
yeah, that's where now
camera ready?
Oh, they've gone left actually.
They've gone left.
That way. Sorry?
You've gone left, just up there. Yeah. If you need it long to be on that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what you can see, K3 is now been brought down to the launch ramp, and as I said before, the intention is to put her on the water and tie her up at the jetty, just pending everything else being in position, and hopefully we will see K3 do a run before too long. K7 will then be brought down to the slipway, so she is ready to go on short notice onto the water to be towed out to the start pontoon. So what some of you might have seen, the more observant ones will have seen that Dave Warby, our pilot for K7, has just gone out on a course recce. There was a bit of stormy weather last night, overnight. So they're just going to go down and check there's no debris on the course, and hopefully today, fingers crossed, you'll see a bit more action.
Take it by surprise.
Yeah, we'll see what you think.
Hello. So this is Bluebird K3, and I'm just going to give you a little bit of information about this. So this is the first Bluebird speedboat. It was designed in 1936 to break the water speed record, which at that time was held by Garwood of the United States at a speed of 124.86. This boat was designed by T.S. Cooper, and it was built by Saunders Rowe. And it was powered by the same Rolls-Royce engine that Sir Malcolm Campbell had used to break the land speed record in 33 and then twice in 35.
It's a single step hydro, so if you look at the boat and you look where the K3 sign is, you'll see that the hull has a step in it. So that's the step that the boat planes on, and it has a single prop that at full pelt turns at 10,000 revolutions per minute. So it broke its first record in August 1937 at Lake Maggiore in Italy at 129.56 miles per hour. It then did two subsequent records, one at Maggiore later in that week, and then at Lake Halwil in 1938, which is also in Switzerland, at just over 130.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, obviously what you can see is the is K3 being launched, ready for running. Just as a little aside, we've got a talk tonight at the Institute. Alan Besant is going to be talking about the timing equipment. So it's 7:30 prompt start because he's talking about timing anyway. So if you want tickets for that, if you go onto the Ruskin Museum website, you can order your tickets on there. I think there's still a few available, so sounds like it's going to be a fascinating talk on the process of timing for the world record attempts. So that's at 7:30 at the Coniston Institute, and as I say, just pop onto the Ruskin Museum website and buy your tickets. So K3's been ready for going on. K3's quite an operation to launch because she needs a bit more water than K7 in terms of depth. You'll see that there's a step in the hull, and that has to float up and free to get her off the launch cradle. So that's why they have the long pole, which makes it a challenge for the tractor driver, David Coxon of Lakes Lewes. Give him a clap. We did that yesterday, and he tried to take a bow and he nearly knocked himself out on the steering wheel. But the tractor is provided by PV Dobsons of Levens. They've kindly supported us by donating the tractor for the week. And what a position for their tractor to be in, launching two historic boats. Of course, K3 being Sir Malcolm's record winning boat that only ever did its records on Lake Majori. It was tested on Loch Lomond, so K3 went on Coniston yesterday for the first time ever, and obviously we just did some jetty side startups to give everybody a bit of a sound experience, but unfortunately the weather didn't play ball and we couldn't get out on the lake with her. But we're very, very optimistic that today you will see Bluebird K3 run on Coniston for the first time ever, despite her being, 90 years old plus?
You want to put the red rope on? Okay, so we have Hey! It's always looking at
Yeah.
Carl will be walking down to Bluebird K3 shortly, so we're just getting Bluebird K3's cradle out of the way, and then Carl will be coming down to get into Bluebird K3. They'll do an engine warm-up at the jetty, and then Bluebird K3 will be towed out into the lake, and then we should be in a position where we can see a demonstration run from Bluebird K3.
Hello, mate. Sorry. You got it?
You said the propeller turns at 10,000 RPM. That can't be the maximum rate of the engine.
So, quick update. As you can see, K3 is pointing out towards the lake. So they're just going through the final run profiles with Carl. Carl Fuchs-Habard is the owner and pilot of the boat, of K3. And so they're just going through the final run profiles, deciding exactly what they're going to do. You'll hear when she starts anyway, because it's quite loud. And K3 has what's known as a dog clutch, so you can start her in neutral, but it's not quite like a car where you put the clutch in, then you put it into gear and off you set, unless you're American, in which case you're very confused by 3 pedals. It's a dog clutch, so what they'll do is they warm the engine up in neutral, and then they switch it off, and then they switch it back on again, but it's in gear then, so it's driving. So there's no kind of half measures. It's either driving or it's not. So yeah, it can't really coast with it. So that's why it's got a specific way of operating, and there's no reverse gear on it either. So when it gets down to the other end of the course, they have to kind of nudge it around with boats so it comes the other way. It's a different kind of a boat to drive. But yeah, hopefully you will see K3 out on the lake in its own way, a very historic run on Coniston Water for the first time. Is anybody excited? Oh, come on, work harder, folk. Greg. I know I've not been practicing, I've got one of these microphones, but I can hardly hear you. And at this point, just a reminder for anybody who's feeling a little bit chilly, the hot chocolates from the cafe are something to die for. If you're into it, you can have cream and marshmallows as well. But just remember, a moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips. There's a lot of sponsors we have to thank for this. Ties, our insurers, mentioned them yesterday, I'll be mentioning them again. They were very, very accommodating with what we needed to do, because this is a one-off unique event. This has never been done on this scale before, with this level of, let's just say, bureaucratic involvement. So there's a lot of red tape has had to be negotiated and got through to get to this point. So Ties is our insurers. If anybody wants to look them up, it's TYSERS. And Sir Malcolm Campbell was a broker for Ties, so that ties up very nicely with what we're doing today. Oh yeah, I'm being accused of being very punny, as if. You don't forget the merchandise stalls, the Ruskin Museum one over there. Paul's doing an amazing job. Give us a wave, Paul. There you go. He's over there. Go and get your Ruskin Museum Bluebird memorabilia from there. And then, of course, we've got the Campbell Family Heritage Trust on the front, and retro classics as well. So there's you can go and get all your Campbell Campbell memorabilia from there.
Are they selling umbrellas?
I don't know. A lot of vehicle moving around. That's mainly driven by, as mentioned before, David Coxon from Lakes Lewis and Event Support. He's been an incredible asset to this festival. There isn't anything he can't rustle up, find, or just provide, be it toilets. And if anybody feels the urge, there's obviously the plastic fantastic ones over there. Not the most salubrious, but when you're in need, you're in need. The Copper Mines and Lakes Cottages, Phil Johnson, he sponsored the crew from Spirit of Australia and also the Osprey rescue team, their accommodation. Kronos 24 have also been a great helper, a sponsor. Joss Engineering from Barrow in Furness, they've done some engineering work for us. They've provided what we call the furniture for the canopies, so the catches and running gear for the canopies. They've been a great help with that. Ulverston Brewery, they've done our beer called Full Chat. We thought that was an appropriate name. Windermere Jetty Museum, if anybody's interested in the history of hydroplanes, then the Windermere Jetty Museum has got a lot of the first iterations of hydroplanes from the kind of early 20th century, and that's a fascinating place to go. And remember, it's Father's Day before too long, so if any kids or wives are wondering what do we do on Father's Day, then the Jetty Museum, it's a really good place to go. They've got quite a good cafe there as well, but not quite on the standard of the Bluebird Cafe here. Norman Buckley's boat, Miss Windermere, is at the Jetty Museum. Yeah. And Norman Buckley, of course, was very associated with water speed records and was one of the official observers on the 4th of January 1967. So there's quite a strong tie-up there. King's Arms at Hawkshead, they're a supporter, been fully refurbished. It's I've had a couple of meals there myself. It's what we call around here pretty good scran. CGP Books, there'll be a lot of people here who've done the GCSEs, although looking at most people who've probably done O-levels. But CGP Books is one of the premier reference books producers. They're based in Broughton-in-Furness, about 8 or 9 miles down the valley, and they've been a great financial supporter of the event. Blakewater Certis is a solicitor's based in Lancashire, and one of the guys who's there is one of the guys who helped us bring Bluebird home to Coniston. He was based at different solicitors, but he's jumped ship to keep it on a nautical theme, and he's now with Blakewater Certis, and they've been a great help. We've got Skyhook helicopters. You might have seen the pickup wandering around. They're actually the people who provided the fuel Bowser. They've come all the way from Glenrothes in Fife. So normally they're supporting helicopters, doing things like deer surveys, deer fence surveys, and other helicopter type things in Scotland. And Jet A1 Limited, a fuel provider at Kirkbride Airport. If you go and buy something from the Ruskin Museum merchandise stand, you might get yourself a nice little kind of commemorative paper carrier bag. Well, they were provided to us by 3 companies coming together, one called Adverpack, Sunhope, who is a company that makes paper bag making machines, and another one called Simply Inkjet that does Simply Inkjet. Aquapura, they've provided all the bottled water for the first aid tent and for the crew welfare units, so we're very grateful to them for providing that. That's pure Cumbrian water, the kind of stuff that's falling out of the sky right now, but then it gets filtered through rocks and stuff, and it comes out and they bottle it. So it takes about 10,000 years to filter through the rocks, and then it gets a sell-by date. I got one laugh that, and that's next to me. We've got Bardo Creative Media, and we've got, I don't know where he's gone now, Steve from Maybe Media. An amazing injection of enthusiasm and creative prowess we've had from them to get the word out that this was happening. Otter Dry Suits, quite an appropriate name. So you'll see a lot of the people, a lot of the water safety crew in dry suits. Most of those are otter dry suits. I don't mean they're warm, I mean like otter as in, you know, animal that swims. So that's a little rundown of most of our sponsors and supporters, but they're all very, very much appreciated. We couldn't do it without them. So Chrono 24 actually do vintage watches. So if you've got time, go onto their website and have a look, and you never know, you might get a little bit of history on your wrist. Chrono 24. I'm not on commission, but I'll take it. Yeah, it's plugged into the toys. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm up here. I've got somebody who quite a few of you might know if you're on YouTube. A chap called Harry Metcalf from Harry's Garage. Very pleased that you can come today. Harry, what are you hoping for?
Well, I'm hoping for some action. We've been here a couple of days. We were here on the Monday when it went into the water, and it was a magic moment. Yesterday I saw K3 start up, flames coming from the exhaust, excitement, but that was about as far as it got, and it just didn't happen. You could see the squalls coming across, you see the wind, but it does look a lot calmer today, doesn't it?
Yeah, and from what we see in the forecast, it's supposed to get better here on in. So, you know, the problem with Coniston is normally the prevailing wind comes straight up and straight down, but yesterday with it being a crosswind, it just made it much more difficult for them to control the boats.
Oh yeah, it was absolutely obvious. It wasn't going to go out. You could see the flags really fluttering in the wind and things. It was, yeah, everybody sort of understood. But the expectation of seeing that boat, and it hasn't been in the water, as I understood, since 2018 or something, isn't it? But it's a long time since it's actually about to do what it's about to do.
Yeah, I think it was 2018, it was for Henley Regatta, so it went up and down the Thames, but hopefully it's slightly cleaner water.
Right, oh right, so it hasn't really done the speed we might see today for some time then?
No, indeed. It's and as I say, it's the first time it's ever been on Coniston, because it did all its records in Switzerland, Lake Maggiore, and it was only ever tested in North Lomond. So it's and the opportunity to have like grandmother and granddaughter at the same time in terms of boats, you know, it was too good an opportunity to miss. So, thanks, Harry.
Well, it's no problem, but it does sound terrific. Have you had it fired up today yet?
No.
No, right. Well, you're in for a treat. And this side, this bank that you can see, spat out big flames yesterday. The other side didn't, so hopefully it will do that when it starts up any moment now.
Brilliant. Thanks, Harry.
Ben, could you grab me 2 bags? ML and an I best get mine as well. No, we're not.
I had a spare one, but there's only one egg, so you can take about 10 pictures. No, I've never been to that. So at the moment what they're doing is just one more house, really where they need to be, and then what they'll come and do is put a dog foot, they'll come and warm at the end of the year.
I didn't see it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the very distinguished looking gentleman in the black jacket and the white overalls walking onto the jetty now, it's Carl Fuchs-Hubbard. He's the owner and pilot of K3. Give him a cheer and a wave and a clap.
Yes,
So based on the principle that you can't go without a pilot, the fact that the pilot's nearly here, I would say we're getting ready to at least see some action.
Very good.
And shortly, hopefully, we'll get K7 down onto the launch ramp, so she's locked and loaded and ready. Because what you've got to remember is if K3 does a run, K7 can't, and then we have to have all the water safety team back here to launch K7. So there's well, there's a little bit of a hiatus in things. It's a necessary hiatus.
No worries. Yeah, I was a bit muffled there.
And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if there's a bit of a lull in proceedings, we do have a shuttle bus that's going up and down to the village. It's a hop-on, hop-off job. But don't forget, there are cafes up in the village as well, and other shops that there to cater for your every need, almost. And then, of course, there's the Rusky Museum. K7 isn't in there at the moment for obvious reasons, but there's still a very comprehensive display on Bluebird, the Campbells, and of course the history of Coniston, because Coniston was here for thousands of years, or hundreds of years at least, before the Campbell family made it famous for other reasons. Coniston was actually has a number of firsts, one of which was it was the first village of the year in the British Gas, I don't think it exists anymore, the British Gas Village of the Year competition. And also, what a lot of people don't realise is that the first civilian volunteer mountain rescue team was actually formed in Coniston in 1947. And all the other mountain rescue teams basically followed suit, but Coniston was the first. In a recent book about Scottish mountain rescue, it was pointed out that mountain rescue in Scotland started in Coniston. Okay, as soon as I've got a run profile, i.e. how they're going to run with K3, I'll let you know. I've just been speaking to our safety officer. He's going to come back to me in a moment, because at the moment they're doing the K7 brief. So I think that's all positive news. But as soon as I have that information, I will impart it to you. But if anybody's short of something to do this afternoon, at Oaklands this afternoon between 2 and 4, And Oaklands is a lovely B&B. It's on the way out to Coniston along Udale Road as you're going out towards Ambleside. The Coniston WI are having delicious scones and cakes and plans for sale, and afternoon tea is knob at £3.50. So that's, I think that's a bargain. I think I might put an order in. Okay, just an update as well. The launch for Brantwood is going to be leaving any minute. If you want to go across to Brantwood, you're more than welcome to. You just have to pop online and go to, well, find Brantwood, which was the home of John Ruskin. Buy yourself a house ticket, and that includes your ferry trip across there and back. We don't leave you marooned over there, although it's not a bad place to be. It's a view from heaven. Lovely gardens. They've got a very good cafe as well, but I'm told that the hot chocolates here do still surpass even theirs. I'm yet to do any quality control on their hot chocolates, but hope springs eternal. Okay, K3 is going to do a warm-up at the jetty, so she needs to run for a few minutes to warm her up. So 3, 2, 1, K3, go ahead. You can see the smoke coming out in the cylinders sequence. Yeah, give them a clap, everybody. So that's the warm-up. And do you know what a warm-up means? It means they can't let it go cold before they set off. So very shortly you're going to see history made again as Bluebird K3. The reason I keep saying Bluebird K3 is Sir Malcolm called all his boats and cars Bluebird, but when Donald took over the mantle of record breaking, he called all his Bluebird, all one word. So that's the subtle difference. And I'm trying to keep everybody happy by keeping the nomenclature correct. Because the last thing I want is somebody coming up, poking me in the room and going, "You got that wrong." Because when I get it wrong very publicly. Yeah, we're just waiting for everybody to get in the positions. If the chap in the laser, the little sailing dinghy out there, I don't know if you can hear me. If you can, if you can give us a wave, so we know. Yes. If you could kind of find a little bit different place to sail in, that would probably be to our advantage. Thank you. You see, if you ask nicely, everybody's got to remember that Coniston Water is one of the 4 lakes in the Lake District that has a public right of navigation. And while we can't actually close the lake as such, we can marshal our course. And the 4 lakes are, of course, Coniston, Ullswater, Derwent Water and Windermere. All those have a public right of navigation. But go on, fun fact. How many people know how many lakes there are in the Lake District? Everybody got the right answer. 1. There's 1 lake, Bassenthwaite Lake. All the others are meres, waters and tarns. And so those people who talk about it being Lake Windermere, that makes it Lake Winder Lake. And yes, I am just filling time.
Very hard to think that she does sometimes fall, but she's too old for that business now.
I thought a lake was determined by its size. You'd have a pond, a garden pond, and if it's bigger, you'd
Yes,
naturally
from an nomenclature point of view, there's only 1 lake, that's it. All the others are meres and waters or tarns. From an nomenclature point of view. The actual... Yeah.
That's the way that it was only called some time in the 1800s. Before that, it was
Broadwater, yes.
Yeah.
And Coniston used to be called Coniston Water. Go.
So you just say it's Windermere.
Yeah.
You don't say Windermere Water.
No. The reason people say Lake Windermere is to distinguish it from the village, which is slightly away from it. Originally there was just Bowness on Windermere, right? But Windermere, the village, grew up around the railhead, the station, which was a couple of miles, or about a mile and a half away from Bowness. So they called that Windermere, and then the village of Windermere grew up around it, and it became Windermere. But Windermere village, or Windermere, is the lake. There you go. It's very pedantic. But then the book was question, how many lakes are there in the Lake District? One.
And streams are called becks
Yep.
in North Wales.
Yep.
So you don't have a stream or a little river. Lovely up here.
What would be a burn in Scotland is a beck. And in Yorkshire, North Yorkshire.
Are they birds?
No, they're becks.
They're becks as well.
Right. Are you from Yorkshire?
I'm from Coniston. I'm a Lancastrian by birth. Because Coniston was in Lancashire. You right, Bill? Yes.
There's no way you can go up or down the road?
No, it's alright. We'll just carry on like this. We'll be police will be out.
I'll just keep an eye on it.
So we're just getting all the final people in position. We've got a few kayaks out there marshalling the course, as well as the powered boats.
Don't worry about it.
So if you see a guy paddling like hell, he's probably one of ours and been told to get into position.
Alright, thanks.
The yellow boats you can see with the flags on, they're part of the Osprey rescue team. They are not pedalers, they are powered boats, and the front drops down on them so they can rescue people out of the water. Obviously, everybody hopes they're not needed, but it's the right kit for the right event.
You know when you explained the warming up bit?
Yep.
It kind of warmed it. I thought it would have been about 13 seconds when it puts it into gear and starts it again. It seems as though it's kind of cooling down now.
No, it'll stay warm for quite a while. I mean, from my point of view, this boat, he knows what he's doing. So,
Yeah.
you know, if he needs to start it again and rewarm it, then he'll do that.
Is he waiting for all the team to get all around the
Just
engine?
waiting for everybody to get into position for the run, and then we'll go.
Yeah.
It's nothing more complicated than that. We're just literally waiting for everybody to get into position. So that well there. We've had a big enough target. Sorry. Oh, did that change? What did you hear that change?
Yeah, you wanted it back in a hurry, because I didn't want to get it back. Plus we're going to go down on low bow where we think and then we go. I only used about 5 minutes with it, so I think it'll be okay. Yeah, it's good well.
Handy, isn't it?
Where did you get that from? Amazon.
I bought one, and push the blade out, tension it, and it's restricted thread on the screw. So I've got another one with the battery. You have to put back in. And spare chain and everything now as well. So spare blade, spare.
From your vantage point, do you see some of our crew do you see where they're stationed out there?
Can't see him from here, to be honest. Can't. To be honest, there's that many people out there and that many people wearing life jackets, so I can't tell what to do.
Yeah, they're not on the water. They should be on the
Can't see him. No, sorry.
Thank you. I thought maybe from that.
No. You maybe need to wear a flap on.
Get the bullhorn out.
Yeah, it's a spectator. Just
Entirely up to you. If you want to go down and walk down over the Cumbria Way, then it's probably go right next to the lake. I am not in a position to recommend that because if you go and
it's going to go down there.
if you go down there and break your ankle, it's not on me. Seriously.
No, I wasn't going to go far. I was just going to go.
Yeah. But you go through the campsite.
See where those trees are over the distance. That's a private bit of land that literally 100 yards that side of it is public access all the way down to
You know what it's going to do? It's going to run up the lake. Any technical questions probably for these people? No, just to know if it's going to run. Yep, imminent. Is it going to run up the lake or is it just going to run down to, I think beyond that commentary there, about a mile or so down the way. So they're not 100% similar, but maybe not identical with K3 and K7. Imminent. Fingers crossed. Suddenly increasing change the wind direction. That's the main thing that's hampering us a little bit all week, isn't it?
No, we've been doing a couple of days. So that's a great.
So the first run of K3 should be imminent, and that'll give you a rough idea of where to get this through.
Yeah.
And then obviously once we've had a few hopeful successful runs for both boats, then you wanted to go further up. I know Coniston Water on this side, you can access along the lake shore.
We did that Monday.
But obviously there was nothing happening on the lake. The hope was to start getting hospital and trying to get it out of the boat. When it hits speed up in the turn.
Once it's up.
K3, so K7 on its first run, which will be after from the K3 at the point. The whole point of this next run will be to just get it up to speed, get it on the plane, runs up and down again.
Right.
Should protect the goes up and down safely and smoothly. Once that's done, that's checked off. No restrictions.
Brilliant, thank you.
I'm assuming as it goes further down, it's not great. Sounds good. No, I think industry violation. Right there, something's literally perched on a little stone wall.
Oh, and they're literally like that. So I go over to Scarborough a couple of times a year to off this mountain and do a road racing down there.
Especially, I was saying, you're talking about
Submitted our pre-tender for that.
Right, okay. Right, okay. Yep, all right. Yep, all right.
Okay. One of the towboats was misbehaving. It's a reaver. I'm not sure that's what they were calling it then, but so the idea will be in the next over the next sort of 5-10 minutes or so, they'll get the reaver in position. They'll tow K3 out to the pontoon. Depending on how I think it's taken them a minute or two longer to get sorted than they'd hoped, but c'est la vie, as they say across the channel. If necessary, they're going to tow them out to the pontoon. Then, if necessary, if the engine temperature has dropped, then car will start her again and have her in neutral just to warm her up a bit more. And then the plan is for K3, you'll hear her stop and then restart with the gearbox engaged, the dog clutch, and then you will see K3. The idea is that she's going to do the full course down to roughly halfway down the lake and then come back. And that, as I say, will be a little piece of history because K3's never run on Coniston before. And although she's only going to be doing 45 miles an hour, there's a lot of people here who've been on speedboats and know that on water 45 miles an hour is, although it's nothing like 328 that Donald hit or 317.6, which is the record, it's still fairly knocking on. And the sensation of speed, of course, on water is utterly different to what it is on land.
That's your job. Are you alright?
So my advice to everybody is just keep on praying that the weather keeps on behaving. It's supposed to get better through the week. So, you know, if we think today is good, then with a bit of luck, tomorrow will be even better. Metaphor for life, isn't it, really? Tomorrow will be a better day.
Alright. Yeah, it's not like that, don't worry. It's a header. Alright, I'll see you soon. Go on to the bin, isn't it? Got about a bin, isn't it?
I am being a diplomat. I haven't always was what was legal.
No, I don't.
Whatever they went below.
Well, I think it's fair to say that maybe the side is necessarily not been edifying for me, but at the end of the day, just not been done. The top
He wouldn't have cared to see you guys.
but, you know, now whether it happens again is a different matter. You know?
Takes them ready to run then? Or ready to run now?
Will be coming down.
Call it stick water. Dave Warby should know that better than anybody. His dad's theory, and they carry that better than anybody. They wanted a slight couple in the world for it. Anyway, right, that's it. It's the run.
So you can see the Reaver, I think it's a Reaver, right next to him, getting ready to tow K3 out to the start pontoon. I love the way the guys are all in the white overalls. It looks very, very 1930s. There's a famous artist called Jack Vitriano, or Vitriani, either way, and he's done some really good photographs of the Malcolm Campbell era, and everybody's always in bright white uniforms, bright white boiler suits. They're almost an advert for Daz, aren't they? Other washing powders are available. Last time K3 ran, I've just been asked the question, was 2018, and that was on the River Thames for the Henley Regatta. And prior to that, it's run on Buell Water, but also it's run on Lake Majority again. I think that was 2017, but I stand to be corrected. There's no doubt other people know far more about that than me. Yeah, so I think that was 2017 on Lake Majority. And so, yeah, she's not been on the water for a little while, but the engine sounds really nice. I suspect, but I don't know, but I suspect that when the boat gets towed out to the start pontoon, it may well need a little bit more of a warm-up. Just because some things haven't behaved as they should do. So everybody, hurry up and wait.
Can I ask you a bit about just how things might work out later on in terms of how do sorry. No, not with God. All I was thinking was, how do you decide, for example, how fast K7 has gone? We did. Speed up on board?
Yes, it does.
Or is it a measured?
No, there's no timekeepers. He's got on board a printed tube on the so there's an airspeed indicator on the fin.
Yeah.
And there's also, I think, got a readout GPS sensor.
So is there likely to be a moment at which, for example, we can on the radio and say, well, you know, not get to 100.
We'll get that relayed back, hopefully. But I'm not in that closed loop that we're able to broadcast that.
Right.
And there's a good reason for that. So I don't get all the time and also because if I'm sat here, there's a lot of people can hear what's going on. And so we live in a closed loop, so that people can listen in.
Is there anyone around that is on closed loop that by arrangement I could sort of listen to at any point?
Not really, because everybody who's doing that has got to drop.
Right, okay, fair enough.
It's either Christian, who's our safety documentation guy, or it would be the water safety company. They're all out there doing the water safety people do.
Is there anyone who has an outfit a regular vehicle? I don't know if you heard it's there, but he's doing that sort of traffic with another network as well. Well, the only reason for me asking this, and you know, don't be just sound like an idiot. I'm just thinking of sound effects, and you know, it's not just what people say for radio, it's all the sound.
Yeah.
We can hear the noise of the engine, but by the time K7 goes, it'll be way out there. It'll be loud, I know, but it'll be quite a long way out there as well. So I'm just thinking of all the other sounds I can use to build up the report. So just a little bit of radio chatter here and there, especially if it's something significant.
You met Tracy?
Yes.
Yeah. She's out on there. She's probably the best because Matt.
Yeah.
He can walk with Tracy.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Is that alright?
That's absolutely fine.
I'm just here on the I didn't even know there was one in there till I set up. I'm only the bloke who went to been caught, as I said.
I'll stick focus for you, obviously. But
If you get a quote from what day walk is. Well, once it gets back in the run, and we're not cooling, I think it's to decompress, we'll probably get here at the top. And what I want to try and do is get them up here and get talking to everybody, then at that point then we'll give us some back.
it'd be lovely to talk to him face to face if you can. I did mention that to Tracy, who said something like, "Oh, we'll have to do this first." Yeah. And I'm not here to push it, but it sounds so much more spontaneous and exciting if he says it straight away.
Yeah. Oh, I get you. I get you. But when he come in after he'd run it before, he was visibly shaking. That kind of level of adrenaline.
Sure.
And because there's
Which
a lot
in a way
better.
sounds great in the that sounds great.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard him start the engine. She's going out towards the, call it the start pontoon, but he's already started it. So he's obviously wanting to get out there and get on with it. He's started the engine to warm it up. So you'll hear the engine stop, and you engage the gearbox, the dog clutch, and then off she'll trot down the course.
Yeah, no, I was waiting to get up, I think. Yeah. You guys can
Okay, so I've just had confirmation that she's going to get to the start pontoon, and then K3 will be doing a run. So all boats are now in position. K3 is positioned on the start of what we term as the race line. K3's been released. And then you hear the engine stop. And then from Carl's perspective, the pilot, it'll probably be a bit of a clunk as he puts it into gear, starts it up, and off she goes. There you go, she stopped. He hasn't stalled it. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, K3 under power for the first time on Coniston. Go on, give him a clap. Speed slowly building, and now I'll shut up. So as K3 kind of just goes out of sight from here, the other end of the course, she has to be kind of nudged around because she's not the most manoeuvrable of things. And there's no reverse, so there's no three-point turns. And so they'll turn around, and then she'll come back up. And then, yeah, you've seen a little bit of history. So as soon as I hear on the radio that K3 is coming back up, I'll tip you the wink, as they say.
faster than what that will go.
45 miles an hour. Still comfortable. Can we slow down the meter?
Well, if you come back, I think the idea is to come back to that.
Right in front of it, traffic right to the side of it. You're right about that lane, right? Full speed, walk.
That's how I understand it. It's all a bit of a... Well, put it like this. If somebody suggests that to me in the next 18 months, I'm not going to get planned. That's a direct quote.
Somebody asked you already.
Yeah, I liken it to a lady having their firstborn, saying to the husband that just after the birth, you're never coming near me again. And then in 3 years' time saying, so you have another one?
I can imagine that it's been a difficult thing to get done.
The fact that when K7 actually went away from this jetty on Monday, it felt like they put an act on like a Yeah, and I don't know if I can answer it. They're reluctant to me. Side by side or either side, it'll be quite a new thing. Grandmother, granddaughter, in terms of the voting space, that's more place.
Yeah, well, it's weather was yes. No.
Yeah, I get it. Good, well, I'm trying. I'm making it go along.
Maybe people are sort of maybe just watching them wait but something's actually going to happen. We might get a bit of a look after lunch. People have moaned a bit about a lot easier. There are cheap. Further away. I don't know, it's one of those things, it's not a technical event, it's done by a professional event, and you can charge double for partners. Been waiting for this for 14 years. Well, absolute dream.
Okay, K3 has been turned around down the bottom end. They've just been doing a met check because there's been a few squalls come through. But guess what? K3 is about to make the return run south to north. So there we go, K3 on the return run. And she looks to be moving a bit quicker now. I think the sense of speed coming towards you is different to when it's going away from you. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen, the photograph opportunity that nobody ever thought would happen has just happened. So Bluebird K3, piloted by Carl Fuchs-Hubbard, Sir Malcolm Campbell's World Water Speed Record boat on Coniston. So just another plug for the talk tonight is all about the timing systems that we used in World Water Speed Record attempts, and the kit that was used in Lake Maggiore in the 1930s was the forerunner of what was used for 1966-67. Longines, the Swiss watch manufacturer, were heavily involved in all that. And so if you want to go to the talk tonight, you should make time for it. It's on at the Coniston Institute. Just go onto the Ruskin Museum website and buy yourself a ticket, and you'll hear all about the timing systems involved in world record breaking. And I've just been, hand signals are wonderful things. K3 is going to make another run. So if you didn't get your photo last time, get your camera out. I can only imagine what the noise is like in that cockpit. But at least you won't be able to hear me.
No, how old?
I've just been reminded to mention David Coxon of Lakes Lewes. If you give him a clap, he'll bow. It's whether or not he can stand up again afterwards, but anyway, that's the weight of his wallet. I'm still going to extol the virtues of the hot chocolate from the Bluebird Cafe. Be good to do some quality control on them, but I've heard that they're really good. So I'll keep listening out for when K3 is going to make a return run. So if any of you had a hair in the gate or something like that with your camera, then you can take your photos on the way back. Right, okay. For those who have been to Specsavers, you'll have already seen it. K3 is on our way back. Other opticians are available.
Clearly not enough down there. That one.
Everybody will be pleased to know, I am, that I've got me hot chocolate.
Problem does work.
Yeah, I printed out your yellow background. Yeah. I'm honest, that's exactly nothing there, but live stream. I'm trying to get these. My brother's in London.
Ready in now.
Just stand
everything up and bring it down.
Cautiously optimistic. Why, who's got it? Oh, right, okay, I thought you meant I thought you meant something else. Yeah. We'll do it.
So I've just got down the final sign and then we're rallying the big thing down.
By gum, this hot chocolate's good. So K3 is going to be towed back to the end of the jetty here for display purposes. They're calling it a pontoon, but I call it a jetty. Oh, sorry, the pontoon. Oh, right, oh, they are going to the pontoon. If all else fails, get the proper information. And then very shortly, K7 is going to be brought down to the launch ramp, ready for going onto the lake for what we hope will be the first of some runs today. The wind's just come up a little bit, as you can see, along with rain. I'm all right, I'm under cover. So they're going to go and get K7 and bring her down to the launch ramp. And then everything should be absolutely ready. I've got the engineering team down here in front of me. Give them a clap because they've done a hell of a job.
Who did the engine tuning? Who did? We did. All of you? Yeah.
Yeah, they were stood there with the colour tone thing, you know, where you plug it into and checking it all went blue when the, yeah. Pete kept saying top dead centre and Connor says it is, but he was hanging upside down.
There was a bit of that, yeah. Did you still use a stove light?
Yeah, so did that picture of me, yeah. I think.
I'm a joiner, I'm not a technician. You do.
Oh, yes.
I've got hot chocolate. Just keep your eye on Bluebird 9.
I'm going to go for a clean because I was twisting when you
Bluebird 9.
went down there to Christmas.
I better go 5 minutes. I just came over here, where I am.
You want to be wearing what we're wearing.
All right then.
What was the name of what was the name of the gentleman who did all the information?
Neil Shepherd. S-H-E-P-P-A-R-D. Anyway, yeah, but he's done a book again with a guy called Steve Mitchell called Bluebird, sorry, Don Campbell, Bluebird, and the Final Record Time.
Yeah.
If you go across, I suspect he's got some at the museum.
Just an interesting little bits of bringing out. I wasn't aware that it's stuff with duck or
Yeah, and the seagull.
and the seagull. And that, obviously all
That's why we're selling ready to keep them things off the lake. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
So if you hang around and get sold, you won't see it. If you hang around and get sold, you won't see it.
He's in charge of it all. They're about to bring it down, get her ready on the slipway to put her in, and hopefully, as long as it's just a bit fluky, but with a bit of luck, you'll see her fired up, and Dave's next what I call trainer training. So he's going to put her up on the rock, so he gets used to how she reacts in terms of coming up on the plane, so he knows then where he, A, how far of the course it takes when you get up on the plane, and B, where he has to ease off to get down off the plane. And how quickly he slows down after that. So,
Well done to you, everyone who put this on, to put it on the list.
7 years of my life.
Absolutely.
So after this week, I get my life and my wife back, not necessarily in that order.
Okay, so yeah, K3 is going to be brought to that small pontoon just off the end of the jetty there for display purposes. So if you've got a long lens or anything like that and you want to get some photos, then there's your opportunity to see her on the water. And then, as I said, we're going to be moving those barriers in a moment to allow K7 to be brought down, to be put on the ramp, ready for launching. And if everybody could just urge the wind to go and drop down so we can get K7 on the water and get some runs in, because I think that's what K3 is a spectacle in its own right. It's quite a little historic moment, but I suspect that a lot of you here would really love to see and hear K7 start up again on the lake and do some planing runs. Am I right?
Yes.
Don't all speak at once.
I don't want to see it, even the dog wants it.
Well done, Pooch.
Get the hot chocolate.
Excuse me, I'm looking at the thinking, are you fellas here as elect specialists? The next question is, my name's John, I work for BBC, and I wonder about the things to do with would you rather after you've educated on the water, or would you rather sit like before? Am I right in thinking that you're based in Oxford, or BAE? Or where? Oh, right, where? Is that BAE as well? Or is that oh, you're not BAE. Okay. That was the impression I thought it was you, BAE. Yes, maybe him. Ah, okay. Yeah. making me want to tell you. Yes. Yes, even if I'm the game.
Right.
Yeah, good. That's good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice to see a run.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah, another one.
Yeah.
You can hear it as well. Oh, he's not. Oh, right, he's fine, yeah. I'm just going to do
Here is the historic old county lecture up to 1973 or 4 when we take up. So this section you can recall rather quaintly Lancashire North and South as in North and Morecambe Bay. So that's why there's also sort of but for the last sort of 50 years it's been the best in the modern county of Cumbria. And then we had a local demonstration about 3 years ago, and this is how big Western Burns Council and then Cumberland Council. So Cumbria itself is a kind of an area everyone refers to, but Cumberland Council. That's probably more information than we needed, but that's why people refer to this. That's why people refer to this. In fact, the summit of Mountain Passes, just a few miles up there, if you went over Rhino's Pass, the first one you come to, there's a stone on top called Three Giant Stone, and it marks where historically Lancashire and Cumberland and Westmoreland all met. Yeah. Right at the top of the pass. Yeah.
So where's your mum?
One of my mates who was a stonemason rebuilt that and got vandalised. No, I know you didn't, but about 20, 30 years ago it got vandalised.
What Paris?
Yeah, it is.
So you swap round then? You're almost like, should we get on the thing? Like, wouldn't it have been funny if you'd have checked?
Yeah, well, we got here and we were like, what if they fucking got on the wall? And then you went on your phone and we were like, oh, goodness sake.
No, tonight, look at my phone, it must be that I've got it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so
So I was saying, he was on WhatsApp messaging me, so he was on his phone.
yeah, I don't hear it at all, so I don't, I think the most, look at it today, look at the full settings, I must have to switch right down. So I don't even hear, you know, it's right here, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Something's going on.
Yeah,
But I only saw your message on your phone, and when I thought, oh, well, I'll make sure, I'll tell them we're not going to go. Because
yeah.
it's that there, we yeah, you actually can see the whole portion.
Yeah, I was yeah.
Look, I think it's kind of, you know, they don't just do this quickly. But I think you are here. Do you want
I'm worried about you, yeah. You might want to get yeah.
then when it comes out, we'll see it doesn't work. We're sitting there now.
Yeah, no,
but it's only got one. Might go up and down twice last one.
Yeah.
It's only going to be out of one. The one that's gone, it's gone.
yeah. I think
we'd be up here an hour, wouldn't we? So I'm not saying today, but another day, if it runs twice,
yeah.
so I want to see you twice. You rolled off on the boat.
Yeah.
Drink some food, just sit up there, look down like that. Stay up there for an hour, so if it's not raining, stay up there, look down, have a picnic. If you sit there, you enjoy it, you know, if you sit and sit. I do fancy that.
Well, we've got
I've bitten off most of it.
yeah.
Well,
I agree.
I wanted everyone to go. To be fair, I think it cost me 150 quid.
Yeah.
That's
I put it all in for everyone and it's very it's 68. Yeah.
I don't think it's worth that.
That's a lot of money. No, I'd rather go out
So, but if I was going anywhere, I'd almost rather go there than
yeah. Yeah.
do that as well. But if the weather's good, it's going to be like up there, definitely. It's for a good walk. Something nice for you.
Yeah, oh, you can see it here.
Yeah, and if you see them coming down, you get the pictures, they're the different pictures, the good way you can start.
Yeah, it would be really cool.
I'm up. I don't mind. All the boats are in so this is going to take some time.
Yeah.
We're talking about an hour or so.
Okay, I'm getting a few questions now from people who weren't here when I mentioned it before. K3 is Sir Malcolm Campbell's boat, Donald's dad. I was probably father in those days, wasn't it? That's from the 1930s. She never ran on Coniston, so that's why it's a little bit historic. Testing was done on Loch Lomond, I believe, and all the records, both records that she took, were on Lake Maggiore in Switzerland, hence the Swiss flag on the boat. So at that point she was running a Rolls-Royce R-type engine, again an aircraft engine, and that is actually, the boat is kept at Filching Manor Motor Museum in Sussex, and they do actually have the engine, the R-type engine, but at the moment it's running, it's effectively, it's called a Meteor, but it's effectively a Merlin, but without the supercharger. So at the moment it's producing around about 600 horsepower, which is still quite a lot. But when you think that's from the mid-1930s, but a supercharged Merlin, the type that they would use in a Spitfire, etc., would be producing over 1,000 horsepower. And to think they were doing that in the 1930s and 40s is quite remarkable, really, when you think how far we've come in engineering. We've come a long way, but the basis of all this engineering is what they were doing, you know, cutting edge stuff. And they do say necessity is the mother of invention, and there was an awful lot of good invention came out of the war. It's just a pity that had to be the reason. So K3 will remain on the pontoon for the moment, and hopefully, they told me it was imminent half an hour ago, but then again, it's a bit like a politician's promise, I guess. She will be coming out at some point to go on to the slipway, and hopefully then you'll see her go on the water. And as long as the wind plays ball with us, I've said this so many times yesterday, you're probably bored of me now anyway, but as long as the wind plays ball, then you should see K7 start up again, and Dave will be doing just a bit more familiarisation, but it'll be faster familiarisation. He's going to be working out how she planes, so he knows when to put the power on, when to power off, so he can stay within the course, on the course, and just generally within parameters. So Dave, as I say, Dave Warby, for those who don't know, he's the son of the current world record holder, Ken Warby, MBE. And Dave has his own boat that he's going for the world water speed record. He's trying to beat his dad's record. There's a lot of parallels between Ken and Dave, and between Sir Malcolm and Donald Campbell. That isn't lost on us, the parallels, and that is, it's true to say that Ken Warby was inspired by Donald Campbell to go and build his own boat. He designed and built it himself. I guess it's the bravest of brave people who get in a boat that you've designed yourself and then go and peak in a measured kilometre at 345 miles an hour. Now that, to me, is an incomprehensible speed. Even on land it's very, very, very fast. But on water it's just mind-blowing. Just a word, I've had a couple of people just mention about dogs. Quite a few people are trying to video these the goings on. If you've got a noisy dog, if you can either try and keep it a bit quieter or step away, I think there's quite a few people would appreciate it. No criticism, it's just practicalities. So if you know you've got a dog that tends to what we call around here glad mouthing, in other words they're shouting for no particular reason, if you can just either step away or shut it up, then I think a lot of people would appreciate that. As I say, no criticism, it's just being pragmatic. Thank you.
I'm not talking about you.
piece of plastic flapping on the right, big camera to the left. That's from Brian.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm assured that K7 is just being prepared to bring down. It is not a politician's promise. It is on its way. It's just taking a minute or two to get everything shipshape and Bristol fashion. But it will be coming down in a few minutes. They're just putting a few final finishing touches to something. I do appreciate you all being very patient, but hopefully it'll be worth it when you see K7 start up again and hear the roar of the Orpheus.
Hello, you're right.
Can you explain to this chap where the
Where the lake is straight in. Yeah.
So for anybody wanting to use the gondola, the next trip on the gondola will be about 1:15. A 45-minute sailing that'll take you around the lake. And if you're really lucky, don't hold me to it, but if you're really lucky, you might end up getting stuck out there as K7 goes past, but no guarantees of that. But being a salesman, that's my job. You might want to take the opportunity. And no, I'm not on commission. There's a few that probably think I ought to be, or at least committed anyway, one or the other.
Where should we head to?
Okay, my friend. We're going to go across the ground again if you're happy to give people a shout. If he's not ready to.
Yeah, and the launch is about to make another trip across to Brantwood. If anybody wants to go across to Brantwood, jump on the Brantwood website, buy yourself a ticket, get over there and get absolutely incredible views of. Just hang on. Well, you can see the top of the Old Man. It's a bit. There's a saying around here: if you can't see the top of the Old Man, it's raining. If you can see the top of the Old Man, it's gonna rain. But there's a shower going through. But amazing views of the fells, of the lake, and lovely gardens. They've got a pretty good cafe there, but I think most people are taking advantage of the cafe here. Neil Gilfillan. Now, I want everybody to just listen for a moment. Neil Gilfillan here, chap stood next to me. He is a stalwart supporter of the Ruskin Museum and the Campbell Family Heritage Trust. But guess what? It's his birthday today. So, after 3, can we all sing happy birthday to him? Come on. And I've not got a good singing voice, so you'll have to forgive me. So, go on then. Right. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Neil. Happy birthday to you. He's got a twin brother. Christ, there's 2 of them. Oh, he's here. I couldn't see him. He's wearing a camouflage jacket. There you go, Neil. Happy birthday, mate.
That's all right.
What's your brother called? Ian. And happy birthday, Ian, as well. Yeah, I gathered.
Everyone would have heard that. The whole people were singing from far away. Heard about you, yeah?
Oh, we know that we can't.
So like I say, gondola will be going about 1:15, doing the 3/4 of an hour sailing. Victorian steamboat, commissioned by the Furness Railway Company. It used to ply its trade on the lake until the, I think it was 1920s. And then she's had various uses. She was used as a houseboat, and then ultimately when I was a nipper, she was washed up at the bottom end of Coniston Water in a sorry state. She was retrieved and then restored by the National Trust and relaunched in 1979. And a fun fact for those of you who weren't here yesterday, the snake on the front, the gold snake, his nickname is Hissing Sid because it came out at about the similar sort of time to you might remember, those of you who are of a certain age, the bravest animals in the land are Captain Beaky and his band. And Hissing Sid was the snake. And so we nicknamed it Hissing Sid, and that name has stuck with it ever since. And some of the mouldings on the front are original from the Victorian era. But it's quite an experience to go on there and ply up and down the lake in Victorian elegance. It's something that you'll remember.
What you can do is, get a physical ticket from the machine.
Yeah.
Got it in a bag of crisps and maybe
Okay, I hope you enjoyed it. Proper debate up there. Oh, yeah, Fed West. Oh, yeah.
Pizza, coffee, a cigar.
That's where stop giving it.
We are.
No chickens served lamb. White or brown?
When's Harry Potter got his glasses back? When's Harry Potter got his glasses back? Oh, right.
I was listening to it. 100. We need to stop the active.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've just been told that K7 is about to come out of the shed. So if I can ask the security guys to close the thoroughfare. Sorry people, we're going to have to just move you out the way. Apologies. Well, apologies, but you get the gist. And once she gets to the top of the slipway, just while we wait for everything else to get ready, Neil Shepherd, who's one of the acknowledged experts on K7, will give a quick, fairly whistle-stop tour around the boat, pointing out various points of interest. Some planing points of interest as well. And then hopefully at some point after that the boat will get on the lake and you'll see what you've come to see. I know there's a lot of waiting and I do appreciate it, but it's inevitable in one of these situations. You can see she's out of the marquee now. She's on her way.
Bobbing round, going around a freaking circle for the wind.
Oh, she's coming through. David Coxon at the wheel of his Defender from Lakes Lowes. Provider of the plastic fantastic toilets around the corner.
Oh, Lottie, she's 9.
Nearly 9, yes.
And this little one's 2.
Well, even if you're on the slope, it's still good. Yeah. I'll see you there, maybe. Yeah, definitely. Come down. And you've got right on the back. Who let Coxon do that? Well, mate, how are you?
Not too bad. I'm in trouble with it. Oh, this is alright.
Yeah, she'll be busy.
Not necessarily in that
order, no. Wish you want back more.
So they do say you can tell he loves you more by sitting in your car, not in the boot of the car, and your wife in the boot of the car, and when you open it an hour later, there's mostly missing.
We all know. Mates. Is it going to return out, yeah?
Oh, amazing.
How you doing? All right?
That's on 7 on the right.
Never let up enough, did it?
What I was pleased about is going over
Well, we were we looked at it. And I left to go and have a look at a job up at Barben. I left, looked at it, to Barben, got to Barben, shitted it down. So out, 10 minutes later, like this. Coming back
If you'll forgive the pun. The gentleman that was looking for his glasses that he lost yesterday, they've been handed into the boat hire gazebo, so hopefully those are those glasses that that gentleman was looking for. I'm just going to give you a quick walk around Bluebird K7, just to point out a few features. I'll come around both sides, so hopefully everyone gets a good look. So I'll do this side first, then I'll alternate. The centre of gravity of Bluebird K7's here. The fuel tank is here. The fuel tank's like a big donut that the air duct goes through. So as K7 uses fuel, it doesn't affect the centre of gravity particularly. Because it's very close to the centre of gravity. If the fuel tank was out at the front and then was half full, it would make a massive difference to the balance of Bluebird. Bluebird rides on these billet steel planing wedges. There's one here, there's the equivalent on the other side, and then there's one under the floor here at the back, which is basically the same. And these wedges, as Bluebird goes faster, less and less of the wedge is in contact with the water. So this is what K7 starts to plane on. This leading edge here reacts with K7 going faster and lifts the nose, and then it starts to plane on this wedge. At its maximum speed, the amount of the wedge that's actually in contact with the water is the last inch, and the immersion depth is about the thickness of a cigarette paper, and that's the same on the front. The immersion depth on the back is even less than that. Let me go around to this side, ladies and gentlemen. So, as I was explaining, the centre of gravity is here, the fuel tank's here, and it's like a donut. So as the fuel gets drained, it doesn't affect the centre of gravity. These are the planing edges that K7 rides on. The last inch of that, and the immersion depth, the thickness of a cigarette paper, of course, yeah. And just so you guys that are listening to this, I don't want to get in the way of these guys, because I don't want to get in the way of you seeing K7 out in the water. So I'm at their timetable.
See what happens. No, not mine. Alright,
Okay, so everyone can see this on both sides. This is the cockpit, obviously. Either side of the cockpit are the air intakes, and then these perspex guards either side of the air intakes are spray baffles. because the sponsons are attached to K7 by these two spars. This spar here, the forward spar, and then the rear spar, which some of you might not be able to see at the back here. This is the main structural spar that joins this sponson, the lower half of which below the rivet line is structural, everything above the rivet line is just fairing. Originally when K7 was built, the forward spar was at the same height as the rear spar. That caused problems with trying to get K7 to plane because this forward spar was creating a massive wave which was basically flooding the intakes and pushing the nose down. So the forward spar was lifted from, instead of going through the frame, it now sits on top of the frame. So the problem with the forward spar eliminated a lot of the water drag, but the problem with the rear spar, when the boat's getting underway, that rear spar causes an enormous wave over it. And the wave actually comes up to, if you look at the spray baffle, you'll see a strip along the side of it, and the spray actually comes up to the top of that strip. So if that spray baffle wasn't there, all that water would just go down the intake and flood the engine immediately. So when Bluebird came to Coniston in 1966, it had been heavily re-engineered. It broke its 7 records with a Metropolitan Vickers Beryl engine, which was a very early jet engine from the late 40s, and that had 3,850 pounds of thrust. And K7's last record at 276, broken in Australia on the last day of December 64, the Beryl engine was basically at its limit. So Campbell would have liked to have built a new jet boat, but there just wasn't the money to do it. So K7 was heavily re-engineered, and it was fitted with a Bristol Siddeley Orpheus turbojet engine that developed 1,000 pounds more thrust to give it the capability of 300 miles an hour plus in terms of a new world record. At the same time, Campbell wanted to try and widen the performance envelope, because as the speeds got higher, K7 would start to bump up against its ultimate performance limits. And part of that is where the centre of gravity is, to mitigate the tendency of the nose to lift at very, very high speed. So initially, with the installation of the much lighter Orpheus, the centre of gravity migrated south approximately 4 inches, almost 5 inches. And that, the team felt, gave them a lot more comfort with regards to the ultimate performance of K7 in its very, very high speed range. The trouble with that is, it meant that when they tried to get the boat planing, the forward centre of gravity meant that they couldn't get the boat up onto plane. Campbell was of the opinion that the extra power of the Orpheus would be able to bully it up onto plane, but it didn't happen that way. So, after exhaustive days and days of trials trying to get K7 to plane, they eventually decided to ballast the transom. The transom is this area of the boat back here. And if we look here, everything is measured from the transom in terms of the centre of gravity. So the centre of gravity is so many inches forward of the transom. So the boat, Jeff's got the book with all the details in, because I can't remember exactly what these numbers are.
Yes, Neil, I will be your glamorous assistant.
Yes, Jeff's my glamorous assistant.
Tonight, Matthew, I'm Debbie McGee. The operation was a failure.
So, initially, the all-up weight of K7, and this is all in pounds, because when this was built, pounds, inches and feet were the order of the day, not centimetres and millimetres and metres and kilograms. So, with the Beryl, K7 weighed 5,950 kilograms. With the Orpheus, as it arrived at Coniston on the 1st of November, it was 5,643 kilograms. And the centre of gravity had been moved from 141 inches from the transom to 146 inches from the transom. After the exhaustive tests in November to try and get the boat to plane, they had to ballast the transom. Initially that was done by putting some sandbags on the tail, just to try the theory. Once it had been proved that those sandbags full of sand, 170 pounds worth of sand, worked, the ballast was made permanent by melting lead and putting it into biscuit tins, so to make lead slabs with Peak Keynes written on them. And those slabs were bolted to the frame underneath the jet pipe. So that's 170 pounds. That had the effect of moving the centre of gravity back to 142.63 inches. So the net centre of gravity move was only 1.6 inches. That meant also that the all-up weight of K7 went from 5,643 to 5,813 pounds. Thank you.
So, that's end of part one, because Mr. Warby is keen to get onto the lake. So, I think that's what, no disrespect to Neil, which I think everybody found that fascinating, but I think everyone found the rest of it a bit more fascinating. So, without much more ado, you can see the divers are in the lake for launching. Dave's sat here, itching to go, looking a cool dude with his shades on.
Diego, how much it worth me riding down top?
You can just tell me to shift me backside. I didn't realise I could come and sit out here and talk to you all.
Oh, right. Yeah. Right, I'll go down there.
Just you can tell when something's going to happen because Dave Coxon puts his high vis on. I don't want to sit in the wrong spot of the wall and get a wet bum. Okay, chucks away. And Alex gonna he's a forward into the lake. With the tractor courtesy of PV Dobson's of Levens. And Christian, our safety document control chap. Just controlling operations there just to make sure that everything is as it should be. We do it like this because we don't want any mishaps. We don't want to damage the boat. Here comes the main man, Mr. Warby. Give him a cheer as he gets in the cockpit. I could probably get into the cockpit, but I'm not sure about getting out again. So out on the lake, the various boats, a lot of them are just getting themselves into position. The dive team and the water safety team ready to receive Bluebird once Dave's in the cockpit, strapped in. Then she'll touch the water of Coniston for only the second time in 25 years, and then hopefully she'll be under her own power for the second time in 59 years. So hopefully what you're going to see is, once you started, the aim is for Dave to do some what I call planing training. So he's working out how the boat reacts when he gets her up onto the plane, and then how quickly she drops when he takes the power off. So it's just a bit of almost like bunny hopping, but that's just him getting used to how the car accelerates. Sorry, boat accelerates and decelerates. And then once he's got used to that, as long as the weather plays ball, the people who've been patient enough to be around most of the day probably heard the Palouse start up earlier on the pontoon. That was just the engineering team making sure that the start system is good to go. So thumbs up from Dave. So is Alex going to inch the boat forward down into the lake? So, once the boat's on the lake, she'll be towed out to the large start pontoon, which is kind of directly across there. She'll be towed out to there, and then it'll be started at the pontoon, and then, because it's a jet engine, it doesn't have a neutral. So as soon as that engine lights and starts, she's wanting to get away. So they have to unfasten the start kit, and then she's free to go down the lake. So they start the engine with the Palouse, and that's what creates the compressed air to start the engine, and then she'll go south, and then she'll turn around at the bottom and come back. Somebody's just asked how long it'll take to get down there. I suppose the answer to that is it depends how quick it goes. But to give people a feel for the speed involved, Coniston Water is the third longest of the lakes in the Lake District. It's 5.5 miles. But when Donald was at record speeds, he was in the measured kilometre for around about 7 seconds. So, not very long at all. And I guess at those kind of speeds, a 5.5 mile lake becomes quite short, really. It's gone a lot quicker than listening to me, anyway. So there you go, she's just about floating. There you go. She's... and she's free. There you go, give them all a clap. The pilot, of course, is Dave Warby, whose dad is Ken Warby, MBE. Unfortunately, Ken's no longer with us. He died a couple of years ago. But Ken is the current world record holder at 317.6 miles an hour. Ken's peak speed on his record run was 345 miles an hour. And the difference between Bluebird and Ken Warby's boat, Spirit of Australia, and Dave's own boat, which he's going for the world water speed record himself, is that those two boats are air trapping boats, so you'll see it's almost like got a tunnel between the two sponsons. And so you get a bit of a smoother ride, whereas this Bluebird tends to literally skim along the surface rather than on a cushion of air. So it's a much rougher ride in Bluebird. So there you go, K7's back on the water. Great to see the kids from Coniston Primary School here. I went there. Hey, I'm not sure I learnt much, but anyway. Yes, because the teachers here now today weren't there when I was there. So you enjoyed yourself so far, kids? There you go. There's a ringing endorsement. This is Christian, he's our safety guy.
Good. I'd like them to come down to the bell. Come with me. Come with me.
Walk that way. Don't trample me.
Slowly, just stay behind.
Hello. Blimey, I never knew there was that many folk worked at the school.
Primary. Coniston Primary. What an awesome school. Is it as awesome as Bluebird K3? Oh wow. Well, that's a good school then. No, isn't it? Bluebird is more awesome. Ready? Finally back on the Dave Warby in there, son of Ken Warby, current World War II record holder. Dave Warby is sat in there. We ran on Monday, as you know. Nobody heard the jet running. Yeah. So we did all the training, all the trials, and everything else like that. And today the plan is Dave is going to turn Bluebird to the plane, which means that he then slightly out the water, but you can go to the infront of the lake. Yeah. When we do that, I'm going to have a chat.
So a nice tractor on loan, as I say, from PV Dobson's at Levens. Actually, for once not driven by David Coxon of Lakes Looms. Alec, our handyman, who seems to be able to magic a spanner out of nowhere. Oh, hello, David.
Like the exhaust of the jet. It is, yeah, all the better, yeah. So, Bluebird is capable of
And here comes one of the safety boats that's going to, I presume, tow K7 out to the start pontoon.
Back on the plane, on Coniston Water. We'll plane at about 75-80 miles an hour, yeah? And that will be the most awesome experience. We plan to do that with our full team. It's taken us, as you know, till Wednesday to get to a point where we're happy to do this. We've had some weather downtime. So what we've done, everyone's breathed, we've gone through safety.
I think by the time the Christians finish with the kids, they'll be able to drive the boat.
And then, yeah, we've gone through all the safety. By the only time to go. Yeah. And then,
Hello.
Today, we've given him, Dave Warby, the capability of the Bristol Orpheus jet engine. So he has full capability from that engine to take her up onto the plane. We have a limit. Part of the
I've only just realised you can hear me pacing about.
miles an hour. There she goes.
I'm pacing about like an expectant father. There we go. She's on the tow out to the start pontoon.
So what they're going to do, does anyone know where she's going now? Yeah, to the pontoon. On the pontoon, there are 3 jet engineers, Horizon. They're called Horizon jet
I'm just going to go back up to the pergola where I'm going to actually
An amazing
go and stand next to somebody who... Sorry.
incredible, yeah? Harrier jump jet, nav, helicopters, everything else.
stand next to somebody who was in the 66-67 campaign. Anthony Robbie Robinson. Hello, Rob.
Hi, thanks Jeff, thanks for the welcome. That's a lovely sight, isn't it? See your lovely old lady going out, ready to do something that she used to do very regularly. Been a great, Monday was a smashing, wonderful day just watching her going testing out. So I've just arrived down, so I'm not sure what the programme is right now.
The programme is, she gets towed out to the start pontoon, she starts, and then Dave's going to do a set of planing tests, get her up on the plane and then drop her off again, up on the plane and drop her off again until the end of the course, and then turn around and do the same coming back, just to get used to how quickly she comes up and then how quickly she drops back down again, so he knows where to accelerate and where to decelerate, and how much of the course is taken up with getting up on the plane. So that's the plan. So you'll see her doing a few what you might describe as bunny hops, but that's just Dave getting used to how quickly she accelerates and how quickly she decelerates.
Yeah, well that's what's absolutely necessary. I'm sure Dave will need to do that. He'll need to feel comfortable with what he's doing, and no doubt it will take him one or two, you say, what do you call aircraft round ups and downs, bumps and something or other? Yeah, something like that they call it in the aircraft industry. I'm sure yes, that's exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, I liken it to getting out of a Ford Focus and into a Nissan Sunny. It's a bit different to drive. They've always put the windscreen wipers in a different position, and you know it might be getting used to getting from a stick shift into an automatic.
Circuits and bumps.
Oh, we've just got it now from an aircraft test engineer. It's called circuits and bumps. There you go. And of course, K7 is probably about as close as you're going to get to an aircraft that isn't an aircraft.
Okay, so heading down towards Coniston a little bit. Once you get down around now, turn a little bit more of a right. Turn around, back alongside. We're getting K7 out. So, we get onto there, we get to the point of connecting, and obviously the jet's been ignited, and then she goes. Alright, no, we will get straight here, you'll hear it. Oh, baby duck. Yeah. Yeah, go on. Can you very different to
That's kind of how I was trying to do it.
That's why safety is so important. Very, very difficult thing to run back then. We run things to the absolute highest standard. So we're running aerospace standards.
She's on the end now.
Pardon?
Sorry,
I'm not too sure if
Right on.
Oscar that guy there.
All right, okay. Union straps on the front. Can you see that? Yeah, so that's obviously because we're in the United Kingdom. The Union flag on there.
I'm not sure what we're doing in terms of live feed. The live feed is going from there. Yeah, it's very difficult from there to here. To put on YouTube.
You see gondola coming in
But the
now.
live feed's going to
So again, this is all about safety. Gondola, we're talking to our team to ensure he can come in and have permission.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, as soon as you leave there, you'll see.
This has taken a long time to organise this, all these procedures, right, communication.
Part of the GPS that is going to go down here and systems on this Oh, sorry,
When I brief everyone in the morning, I drive everyone mad and make everyone go quiet for 10 seconds. Everybody.
And we've asked, and we
Yeah,
can't
imagine me asking you to do that every morning.
I know.
Talking.
If we were doing it again, we
Talking
probably
now,
wouldn't do it
see,
like
that's
this,
not
but you know, you live and
Ah,
learn,
well, so I have to start my brief all over again. And again until people stop talking. And then once we get 10 seconds of silence, I know everyone's concentrating on what we're doing. And this morning, we actually got to the point where we got it without even asking twice. Everyone works really well together. People working well together is a good thing. It means they're listening. It means they care about what we do. Communication is absolutely paramount for us. So everything we've just done there, it's communicated and we talked about how we're going to do it. On Monday we did it. On Tuesday we did it with K3. Today we've done it with both. Yeah. Still going all the way to Sunday. Yeah. You're allowed to talk. I'm not talking, be quiet.
I'm not sure. I am on. We're just checking how far the mic will reach, that's all. Oh, you're still getting me, yeah?
Who's Robbie?
It's all right, and I'm not. NG. Is that working? Yeah. I need a longer piece of elastic to get to the end of the jetty.
We're going full circle. So the boat has been restored. Covered, restored, and been returned. And she will do the return part of that final journey that she made in 67 to complete that. It's an absolute circle. So it's actually very, very positive. Yeah, it's a wonderful thing to see. To return it to Coniston is absolutely amazing. You're all getting closer. I'm sure you are. Yeah. Can we just move back a bit? Because I'm going to get my feet wet. You can't just swim in. No. So I grew up here. Yeah, I can tell you that. So I grew up in Coniston. Jeff Carroll and his brother Duncan and everyone who ran the boating centre here, I drove them mad. I had my little boat, I went swimming with my clothes on all the time. I'd jump off the jetty and cause chaos. And absolutely loved it. And we had little boats, and I'd be disappearing off Wildcat Island, Missing Peel Island. And I was staying at Background Farm, the most amazing place in the world. And I live a long way away now. I travel all over the world with my job, obviously, with engineering. But now I return home. And it's... You do open water swimming as well? Coniston? Awesome. Yeah.
Sorry folks, I'm back in range.
I've not been in there yet. I've been offered a wetsuit, but I've not done it. Yeah, control one, go ahead to the shore side.
I didn't spot that one.
Control one, this is shore side radio check, receipt. So, she's now secure along the pontoon. I've got checking him is now secure.
So K3 secured on the pontoon.
Double check, they've got 3 jet engineers out there. And they've got 2
So they're still just checking everything is in order.
Australia doing their checks. What we're going to do now, see the little white torpedo? That's the pollute.
So hopefully, any minute now,
Soon connect that pollute. Yeah?
they'll connect the Palouse, which is the compressed air producer, the generator, to then start the engine.
To go. Yeah? Are you happy with that? Right, so if you wait, I want to just move up here a bit so we're not leaving you alone. Yeah? And then if you just stop a minute and I'll walk ahead. Because we're going to get ready to watch. I'll just come past everybody. Just wait there. Everyone follow me.
Yep, kids, if you want to just follow Christian. Onward, Christian soldiers. Sorry. Okay, so they're still just doing all the checks and everything.
Right, so, everyone hear me? Right, so, I'm on live communication at the moment with Dave, and with the team. So if any time I need to stop or go, Dave here, yeah? So just listening to what's going on. This is why I wanted you to come here, so you can see what was going on. Yeah? For me. Yeah, control 1, this is short side, go ahead.
Yeah, just gonna check wind speeds and things like that. Yeah. Just got to check them along the route because what the conditions might be like here It might not be quite the same further down the lake. Very strange hearing your own voice.
That's what I was saying. Hey, what?
The safety kayak that's next to the pontoon, just in front of the gondola pier, they might want to move because I think the gondola's going to come in through there. Thank you.
Jack, they're just clearing some boats off the route.
They've just got to clear some boats off the route. Last thing is you want is 2.5 ton of aluminium and steel bearing down on them. That's the thing, on a winter's day in 1966 or 67, there wasn't as many folk with canoes and stuff. Stand-up paddle boards weren't a thing.
Jack, just a flock of birds now flying the route at low level.
Anybody remember the old pop group, A Flock of Seagulls? There's one of them coming up the lake. And they're about as popular as the group was. Just a reminder, if anybody was tempted and has a drone, please do not put your drone up. We only have licensed drone operators because they can only go in certain positions. The last thing we want is your pride and joy going through an air intake or worse. That would make a mess of things. So please, no drones. Apart from me.
Pardon?
Do you know which way it's going? It's going from that way to this, and that way to this.
So it's over on the pontoon now.
Where's the pontoon?
Straight out there ahead.
Ah, okay.
See that white thing?
Oh, now I can, yeah.
Just see the fin behind it.
Yes.
That white thing is like the starter, if you like, which is a smaller jet, which forces the air into the...
So they're just going to do some final
head south and then
comms checks, communication checks. And then hopefully you'll hear the Palouse spool up, and shortly after that you'll hear the
Oh, I see.
Bristol Siddeley Orpheus, or now Rolls-Royce Orpheus 101 spool up, and then you'll see K7 set off in a southerly direction. Thank you for your patience, everybody. I know some of you have been waiting quite a long time, possibly a couple of days, but everything has to be right. Palouse starting any moment. There you go. So it's just like a mini jet engine. So as you look at the lake, she's going to go from left to right, so downhill. There's the engine start. There you go. A lot of spray. Hooray! And she's away. Bluebird K3 under her own power for only the second time in 59 years. And he's going to be accelerating and getting her up on the plane and then dropping her off again and then doing the same again. So you just get a feel for how she accelerates and decelerates. And now I'll shut up for a minute. There she goes.
Ella. Just jump under that, you can stand you in,
So he's just test throttle response.
No, just about half an hour. I've been sat in the hive right there. They were.
Haven't got one. Not here. Where you going?
Not that big, really. I think we're kind of like, are we going to
We're not up for running yet. We've got Granny as well with the buggy, haven't we? No, just one of the things that from yesterday. I just put them on and look at last week then. I don't know where Granny is actually. Oh.
Miles, where did the sand in the hole.
in the hole?
It's gone round.
Where's the hole?
I don't know if you're around.
Was it the Eurythmics that sang Here Comes the Rain Again?
So we need to get the go-kart into your shop so you can when this be 4th of July. Then we've got it on the news.
Did that come from the...
Come out and think about everything. If it's just been moving and it isn't, it's going to put the moving first. If it's moving and it could be, you can put that on. Use yourself in. All I have to do is my missus to stay with the full good getting out.
Well, it's going to get wet out there, but as long as they can see where it's going, that's the main thing, you know.
It was calm though.
I know. It can do, yeah, but the trouble is, it's that fine balance between being able to, the boat's going to get wet, whatever, you know, so it doesn't really matter in that sense. As long as you can see where it's going, it's when he goes there and he's on busy Aussie act, he goes, I can't teach it.
To be honest, I came out and really wondered whether it, I don't know, I didn't think it was on the water, that's all I wanted to say.
But, you know,
Oh, that's it. It's just, it'll be sunny in it.
Yeah.
Jack doesn't like the rain, does he?
Oh, dear. Knife out.
In there, alright. Only cost us, but I did ruin the nice 580. Those are replacement ones. Yeah. Those are, what are they called? Yeah. Zero XL. They're great, honestly.
Like loads of them.
They sit on your feet.
It's just scoured. It's cleared out quite well.
No, they're alright.
They're not nice again.
They did, I didn't. I wasn't.
A bit more
I'm making it for one.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I got
Just some random person. I kept making comments about how good the hot chocolates were. So we went to the time brought them out.
I could see you were trying to get somebody at least that you should try and see.
Yesterday I made some comments about beer and I got a bottle.
Oh, right. Well,
The day before we made comments about ice cream.
I was going to say ice cream.
Ice cream.
I've had ice cream, really nice. Really nice.
The lot of noise will come out. And you know, he obviously wants to get going like that. Yeah. And then for 2 extra 3, bit of luck and
So is it fair if I say for that kind of first highest speed, probably about 40-ish? Okay, look at those going quicker for me. Yeah, that's great. Because I got a nice recording as it was going and No, just a standing engine room. We were sort of like 50 yard away from it when we got to full power and started to howl. They only howl about 97 engine power and they're flat out the done. So it was just going up all the way and the nose just drops when it goes to full power. But you sit underneath and you're looking at all the tyres are absolutely bald and I said, how was that? He said, you try over that when it sat on the runway. It just slides along the runway on its own. I take it that's it for the day.
I'm not necessarily no. The idea
I would say just ask Donald Campbell, but obviously you can't, but I'm sure he was just as frustrated with many things that happened or shouldn't have happened that did happen. But it's not a precise science.
The guy from the burger van, he tweeted about getting an advert onto a festival ticket or something. He's gone for sale. Probably sticking there, listening to your thinking there. I said I was speaking to Jackie for and he was asking about putting an advert Hello. I don't know. I'm not going to speak to the radio. Well, it's back at the jetty now. Yeah. Hello. All right. How are you? Good. Good. Back in there. We're just going to bring her in. No, we'll stick you on the back. And you know what? That would work. Put you on one side and you put on the other. Put you back out. Well, why don't you give me one side and the other side? Because it's the same way. No. This is really, I only come here for the couple of. I'm not 100% sure. It's just something he's not quite happy with. So I'm just going to bring her in, have a shut in, understand what it was that he's identified as an issue. Somebody gets the Swiss Army knife out. You know,
Telephone and Google.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Just pop on YouTube, get a video on how to repair an orchid, and then she'll be on full spin.
I'll do it tomorrow now.
Never say never.
Never say never.
I'm not a glass half full person, I'm not a glass half empty, I'm a half a glass person. Let's just look at it, see what it is, if we can fix it, get her out there. Because Dave's itching to get going,
Sure.
you know, and because he wants to get that boat up, playing, you know, and because that's what he's here to do. And so, you know, it won't be down to him. He'll be as frustrated as anybody, I can assure you. But well, maybe not quite as frustrated as the people who've been here 3 days, like this gentleman. He's got his 3 woolly hats. That's got that wet, he's got trench head. Oh! Thank you very much.
Now we accept it.
Think about yellow snow.
No, I don't think yellow.
Hello, mate. You alright? What are you having a back here? You've got ice cream? You've got what?
You can have some of mine.
Down again, yeah.
We keep calling it our boat. We called it my lake yesterday. I was like, yeah, it's not really our boat. It was like, quite old.
Well, you can tell it's not public Juliet because it was in one place. No, it's that bottle. Cheers, babe.
Like doing that PA for us split off. I know people end up especially in the house. Yeah, it's settling in now with everything. It's problems with the teams and stuff. But that's why I had no fixed timetable. It's just to play by ear. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll be.
Okay, so they brought Bluebird back in. I think they've just got one or two technical issues just to address. Excuse me, I'm partway through a very nice ice cream. Feel free to queue and go and get one. But hopefully they can get these issues pinned down and sorted out as soon as possible. So the gondola is going to set off again at 3 p.m. Yep, if you just go and get your tickets on board. And again, I said this earlier, you know, you're just sailing along in Victorian opulence. Very quiet, very serene. And the people who've just been on it, it was very quiet and very serene until some hooligan came along with a jet engine in his boat. But they had the best view in the house.
Guy down there with
Well, I knew him before I was born. Did that work for him?
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I've got to ask you, obviously, years ago, back when dropped the plane himself in that film.
No, he didn't play himself. There was a guy in front of the door that he was driving, the guy was playing. So he was in the same boat as the actor who was playing. It was a real kind of, because I hadn't seen that bit. When I saw it, it was like, huh? That was like, you know, a real bizarre moment.
I thought it was in when going to the Sun Hotel.
Yeah. He was in there, but he was the guy driving it, so the guy in front was the actor playing.
Well, that'd be the same guy in the hotel then, when I said, I mean, obviously I knew the woman that owned the hotel, but I wasn't sure about the son.
While that was all going on, it was really busy with someone nice. But I answered the phone was ringing and they were busy in the bar. Now I know Mark, and then some of the owners said, and I said, yeah, okay, right, we'll go. I went to the dog on it. Really good please. I went, I'll just go find out. Who's the say speaking? But it's a red grave. Right, okay. But Tom Hodge was here yesterday. Oh, was it? Yeah. I know you. Yeah, you will. Yeah, okay. That was
Well, Anthony often is up by us, and then he's filming up there and making a film about us and just playing his granddad on the old place.
He bought me a pint, didn't he?
Yeah, I played out. Don't one night because it was short.
Right.
We were staying in the cottage next door. It was a copper man cottage. Yeah, so we stayed in it years ago and we lived there. The two they left there and went and got the place called Bluebird yeah. They had the sun and then they left them. Anyway, you weren't really there at the time like that. He said, you don't play dark here. So the down the play, you try and play for this night, so we did. So I won the match. So that's the, I think I might have got a pint out of it.
Yeah, lovely book actually. No real side to it, right? Not too well. The only thing we have everything looking now is a pair of glasses. We have to come earlier and do a pair of glasses. And put it on the camera, the guy can come back with his glasses. We don't do lots of stuff. That's all we have. Yeah.
You missed the shower. You missed me.
You won't recognise who this is. You remember the name? I probably remember the name from that planet.
There's two sticks went down here. One drop more, that's it. The hole that is really complicated. It won't go back.
Well, do you know what?
So as you can see, I'm going to point out the bleeding obvious. The boat's been brought back out of the water. I'm just trying to understand what the technical issues are so that we know what needs to happen. And what I'll try and do, I'll do my best to keep you updated as to whether or not we're likely to go out again or not. So give us a few minutes, let us understand what the crack is, and we'll do our best to keep you updated. Thank you.
I'm not exactly sure why you have that right I'd have to do a bit of tinkering. I've never been out in the village.
I'm not ready to read that yet. I've always wanted to go to Vegas.
Green Highlands are quite nice.
Yeah, just like exams.
Okay, so as you can see, K7 has just been taken back into the compound. Dave's found a couple of technical issues that he needs addressing so he can go out again. We're not 100% sure if we'll get that sorted today. If we can, we will. If we can't, we won't, obviously. But the engineers are going to go and have a look at it and see what we can sort. Today isn't necessarily done. As soon as we know one way or the other, we'll let you know. But I hope everybody's... we know it hasn't been up on the plane, we know that, but you've seen a start, you've seen a move under our own steam, which again is quite a thing. Hopefully we can get her settled. The weather forecast is looking better for the next few days. So as soon as we know one way or the other whether it should be running again, we will let you know. We'll do our very best to keep you informed. We're as frustrated as anybody, I can tell you. Well, yeah, wait and see. But rest assured, I mean, we've got the top guys on it. They're going to go and see what they can sort out, and we'll just go from there. It's not a precise science. Oh, might be out to get today, you don't know. We don't know. But that's
for my work, which is the quietest time of doing stuff with them. Yeah, I'm probably all the time.
Wait, what do you want? You go, you having fun? He said you can take him to school next week. Apparently today you banned. That's all I got.
Okay, just a quick update. Don't disappear. We're hopeful that... Oh, that went quiet then, I wonder why. We're hopeful K7 may not run again today, but we're going to try and get K3 out again for another run. But give us kind of half an hour, 45 minutes, something like that, with a bit of luck, then you'll see K3 out again, which from a noise point of view is as evocative as anything almost. It's that's quite a spectacle in its own right. So hopefully give us like half, 3/4 of an hour and we may be able to get K3 out again for another run. We'll update you as soon as we know that for sure. Okay?
This side's up, it's trying to come up from it. Sorry, I lost you there. We got to the end of the stretch after you went off the foot. Alright? That's alright, don't worry.
No, I'm not going to get it.
You said you were going to get some charge out. Yeah. Do you think, obviously, it depends what the issues are, but basically what your plans are. Yeah, this is going to come to having the road where you need today. I would suggest it's going back. Yeah. Probably the key is as soon as it's on that. I walk past the people back there and I can't it's quite simple. Alright, it's got a lot of big
Oh, they're tam-tams, aren't they? Tam-tams, aren't they? Yeah. Maybe Tim Tams. Yeah. Tim Tams. Yeah. It's like potato crisps. They're actually not very good, but it's the nostalgia. Yeah, well, exactly. They love them, but they're not actually very good. Yeah. 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 Well, I used to work for Walkers, so in their head office.
Yeah, just for anybody wanting to go to Brantwood, if you just the launch is going to be making another trip across in a few minutes. If you do want to go across, you just have to jump onto the Brantwood website, get yourself a ticket, and that includes your ferry there and ferry back. They've got some wonderful gardens, very interesting house. It's where John Ruskin lived. So if you want to go on there, then jump on the website, buy yourself a ticket, and get on the launch. There will be one more trip across, but don't worry, we won't leave you marooned over there.
Oh, is that, yeah, it was the marketing department. So Gary Lincoln and all that stuff. I didn't. Yeah, I saw it. But I know that they're very Chris, that's why I was going to say.
They went to the bin down.
Oh, no problem, yeah, it's good, I'm glad about that. We weren't going to get back off the boat. We might have to go for
Oh yeah.
This is your part. Yeah, no, I've got this. Yeah, well, that's what it was. And then, I think there was some... didn't have the right to be... Not only the rule Right, okay.
The money knows more about what's happening right
You gave a talk on Monday. You gave a talk on Monday. You know something about
Basically, doing was I've got to use the cooking in the documentary. And then he was sort of reprising his presentation on here, just to all the punters were like almost piece of not noticed that K3 was being lowered into the water. We had one. What were trains like in your day? And then, an hour later the steel bell was ringing and the dogs were starting. Not about to suddenly say, hey, I'm not bad. Well, this was Mr. Daggett, he did. And he would just get on the steam. My parents we did. And see how fast one Park Royal Weekend. Park Royal Weekend, one of their figures was stormed between and they made so what is now BAE is trying I'm always big into the story. Circularity is coming down now a bit. Like I said, they've got that. So that's basically go back 15 years Styles are kind of being fucking cool. Traveling Where you might say that, you might
I might be. Video was probably on the way. I might be wrong. I think that. Whether we know that. Slim, isn't it? The hail is really rather
I was going to say, the thing is, I tried to ring you, and it was weird. I could hear that sound like I thought. I didn't know if it was your phone or whether I got water in my phone.
Right, no, I didn't hear it ring.
You were aboard the...
I just wandered on the jet. Do you want to go? Do you want to go on?
Have you been on what? On Gondola or on the other? On the little float? The little one. The Coniston Water. Right.
So yeah, I was getting any reception.
So I texted you to say, I don't know if you've seen, but there's some lovely photos on the screen from up here of the K3 out earlier. The fellow I talked to here was like K7 as well. Albeit, if you get to Jeff said, probably sorry, K7, I think went up to
Well, I'm going to have to go and ring the office and let them go on 4 days.
I should have all the guys who wrote it an email back saying, the forecast is good.
I've run out of socks. Is there a primer bag?
Well, there's not really a primer. There's John Gaines Sports, the outdoor place in the side. That's quite good back.
Yeah.
We also had any Donald Trump before. But yeah, right in the middle by the master box. Centred on the side. John Gaines Sports is the one that's on about 3 different levels.
He's playing with that big crosser leg at the moment.
Well, last night it was on the water edge. Well, I'm supposed to be driving back to Newcastle, but I'll ring them up and say technically problem is being discovered, so is there any chance of tomorrow?
Forecast is absolutely better.
Well, we got bought some while ago.
Simon, I've got some. One two boxes, some nice boxes, but one two big containers, really nice names. If you want to do it
Well, I need to check what we're actually going to run today. We did not go and really significantly faster than Monday. I don't know whether or not they're going to want, or they might want something saying.
One thing that will need is the K3 and the K7 both will we get away? But now, I would
It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Who is it? What did I say to you? Don't wear your leggings. Don't go in all the holes in the mud. Yeah, we had an accident. Yeah, here. I know. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know if you had another plaster. Yeah, Hi, don't get dirty.
You're not dressed for
When you come down, can you bring 10 sweaters, a spare pair of pants, and a new costume? Because I've left her alone alone. Dinner's new flippin'. They literally got delivered yesterday. You understand them shoes? No, they're
Are you off now, Dave?
come on. They got it back.
I'll see you tomorrow. Alright, okay, alright. I'll be around.
Oh, we were at least 10 or 15. That was singing earlier. I missed that one, singing happy birthday. Don't get your thumb dirty. I mean it. If your nail comes off and it's dirty, you're going to have a bit of a problem. That's always the wash machine. Have you met it? Spencer's like digging in there. Just tell me. But say, you want me to go have it?
No, you're not allowed up. Not today.
You go down there, you go see if you want to try the boat there. In the red coat.
Yeah, or Mum will be sacked. I will. You watch. I've got shorts. He probably will.
So in the end, they put this thing in and but most people in the year
Oh, and how does that any of that, right? I think that's a brand thing. I think
Hello again, it's only me. K3 is now tied up at the jetty, and I believe the intention is to do another engine start, which quite a lot of people have said is a spectacle in its own right. I think if you look at the left-hand side of the boat, where Carl himself is kneeling at the moment, I think he's just kneeling to do something rather than praying. But if you look at those exhaust pipes, sometimes you get to see a few flames shoot out of them, which is quite spectacular. But yeah, they're just going to do an engine start at the jetty rather than a run, unfortunately, because they want to do some engine checks as well. Can anybody who isn't actually getting on the launch or actually associated with the running of K3, please vacate that jetty, because until you clear, they won't start the engine. Thank you very much.
Stand with Granny? Yeah. Right, do not leave Granny's side, please. Only got a couple
You're going to be over there. You just make sure you feel what here then, yeah?
What do you want then? You want them?
How are you there?
I'm here.
How?
You know those two things that you've got as well?
Amazing.
Just give Granny your ice skate if she wanted it. Daddy just got home.
Carl's getting into the hot seat, so to speak. I think that might be gondola saying good night. So we're going to start up the Meteor engine, which is effectively a Merlin without the supercharger. Produces about 600 horsepower. Of course, the supercharged version was in the Spitfire, producing over 1,000 horsepower. And everybody knows just how important the Merlin was to the United Kingdom in the Second World War. Oh look, my grandson's come to see me. I think my grandson's wondering what an old granddad's faffing about with. As I said to a few folk yesterday, imagine somebody down the street starting that up at 6 in the morning. That'd be popular, wouldn't it? The bloke's just come up to say me and told me that his name is Merlin. He hasn't turned me into a frog yet. Others' recollections may differ. Sean from the launch, can you come up here? Your mum would like a word. Darren from the launch, Darren, can you tell Sean, Darren? Guinness record breaking, it's a noisy old business, isn't it? You've either got to have a dirty great V12 exhausting away down the back of your ear, or a dirty great Orpheus engine.
Cloud. It's gonna rain.
Yeah, we'll say let's not go be rude.
Yeah,
give it one best. Let's see how it is.
I did see that.
Is there a rain cloud? What's going to happen? We're going to get wet. Oh, you're under there. You're fine then. You're going to stay with Granddad. No, no, don't encourage her. The last thing that child needs is sugar.
No, we have been picking off, but the only thing that's around today. No, but he was in the parent, the guy who lost the parent was came, and he weren't in. But sadly, we know we've had that. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure the issue is, but it's sometimes what we do.
You're only saying that to Granddad.
The engineers are having a look at it, seems to have a Suzanne nice round.
Do you want me to take
Look, these things are sense, right? You only find that out when you're out there. So. Right, okay, well you probably know far more about that kind of stuff.
Hey, come on, take it out.
Yeah. Even short nights feel long.
Because you said you need a wait.
Right, okay.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid that's likely to be that's it for today, I'm afraid. But tomorrow the weather forecast is looking good. We will do our best to keep you updated on Facebook with running, etc. tomorrow, as long as everything dawns fine and everybody manages to get out of their little truckle bed in the morning. We'll be down here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready to rock and roll, and we'll do our best to get one or other or both boats out on the lake so you can see what you come to see. Thank you for the compliments on the commentary. I'm doing my best. I can only tell you what they tell me, and they don't tell me half the time, so what I don't know, I'll make up.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know.
Or you walk down through here, pick up a path, crosses over the bridge,